doing? Oh. This is a slippery external hard drive. I've been doing a lot of work with storage and organization because I set up the new desktop. Yay! I am still streaming from my laptop, but I'm trying to figure out the best way to utilize the tools that I have. But I am really excited to let you guys know that I got all the recording programs and everything I need set up on the computer, all set up. I got everything I need on the desktop currently. And I was so excited that I had it done yesterday that I, of course, sat down. I did a bunch of new arrangements. So I got a couple new songs today that I think really complement the song list well. They're very chill, vibey, kind of cool songs. So I'm excited to get to show you. That being said, I am basically going to clear this laptop and still use the laptop for streaming. But I might see if I can use the desktop for Ableton and then have both plugged into the mixer so I can use both computers. I don't know if that's crazy to try and use two computers while streaming. Maybe I'm just becoming a selfish, spoiled streamer girl. But I'm excited. I did make an oopsie and I backed up this computer on the hard drive that I usually record the streams on, but it didn't recognize it as I set it to time machine, so I can't record today. It was too late because I already pressed start. But I can get the pre-saved one off of Twitch just fine and then put that VOD up on YouTube. I'm just hoping none of it would be muted. If it does, it's usually only one song or something, but I worked really hard to make sure that the songs that I have don't get muted. I almost stopped and restarted, but people are already here and I didn't want to make it confusing, so here we are. Yes, my new table came. There we go. It's very simple, but I wanted to make sure it left enough room for me to still access my closet, which has all of the cases and electronic storage for music that I need. But I really like it. I think it matches the bed perfectly. It's the same gray. So the room's looking very nice. No, I pressed start recording while the wait screen was on. I could stop the stream now and fix it, but I feel like, is that dumb? That seems like a silly move. That just seems darn right silly. Sillier things have happened here, but I would just need to change the it would be a bummer not to have downstream. I might just do it. I might do it. Hey Robert, how are you? It's good to see you. Restart? Okay. I'm gonna restart, everybody. I'm so sorry if that's a huge pain in the butt. I will literally be on in a minute. I just need to set a new designation to where I'm recording my streams to. So I'll be right back. My bad. Okay. I'll be back soon. Love you. Okay. Oh. I think I'm back now. There we go. Okay. I was standing here for, realistically probably 30 seconds, but it felt like 5 minutes where I was I'm either talking into the void or everyone's just watching me refresh my mod chat in Discord over and over. But everything is good. I am now officially recording. We are golden. I have a new table. Very nice. I also have the very last thing I really need for stream coming in the mail today. It's not something obvious, it's just an extra light for the corner, but to give us just a little bit more brightness here. So I'm really excited. It does for sure bring a new motivation, having a setup that is just clean and organized. I wrapped up all my cables and I labeled all of them. I got these, where are they? Super efficient, cute little ties, and you can write on the top of it what it is. So I labeled every single cord down there so I know what it is. And of course I color coded them because I love my color coding. So it's good. I'm feeling nice and like set up for victory. I just gotta keep pushing now. How are you guys doing? As for myself, I'm doing really good. I've just been focusing on getting this room exactly how I want it to move forward in a confident way. I got back into running again also because my armpit finally healed up. I had a bizarre medical procedure done on my armpit where I couldn't sweat for a week, which was very difficult to do. But I did do it. Oh, I know where it's coming from. I forgot I got 2 computers now. Discord was open over there, so there was more boops and beeps happening. I haven't officially ordered a Frank throne. I have looked. But I haven't found the right seat yet. Bloop bloop. But as for today, I'm really, really excited about the new transcriptions I got for you guys. I think they're super chill and relaxing and vibey. They're some of my new favorites to play. But I feel like whenever I say that, they're like orchestrated, huge, over-the-top gorgeousness pieces. But these are kind of just like jazzy, lo-fi playlist kind of stuff. But I really like it. So I'm excited to show you guys. Other than that, priority requests are open for right now. So if there's something you'd like to hear, you just gotta do one of those nice things that streamers like donate or bits or gift a sub or sub yourself. It's never easy for me to get all 4 of those for some reason. But anyway, I'm gonna do just a bit of improv to warm up. Of course, Melon Lord. I don't mind at all. I did take some time this morning to run through some pieces that I feel like I haven't given much love to, or even just like pieces that needed that very specific sharpening up. Just making sure I could go up to notes and not be scared about what was coming out. Americ Babert! 1 full year! Thank you so much for the resub. 1 year, Joe Wow, Joe Rose, Joe Hart. Or Jen Hart, of course. I can't take ownership of such emotes that aren't mine. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That does give you a priority request. If there's something that you'd like to hear, just let me know. You are just so good. Nay, I mean adept at violin. I'd marry you to have that kind of music in my life. I mean, my only roommate right now, Baloo, isn't thrilled about living with my violin playing 24/7. In fact, I think he hates it, which is a cruel irony I've done by adopting him. But, you know, besides that, maybe I'll find someone else who can deal with it. It is a lot of violining. But I'm excited about the pieces that I've worked on today to get things a bit more tightened up and ready to go. I've been going back to kind of the rudimental practice, just really slow metronome work and those nitty-gritty type of rehearsals. And it's like a weird thing that inspired me to do it, but I've talked about before a certain anime that if you are aware of it, I'm sure it doesn't come as a surprise that I love it. But it's Your Lie April, and I have this big old new fancy computer, and I was like, I gotta pick something for the wallpaper that's gonna keep me inspired, because it takes up so much desk space. And I was looking through a bunch of stuff. I was like, Sailor Moon inspired? Maybe. I do love Sailor Moon. But then I remembered a certain scene from Your Lie in April, and I just love it. It's kind of boring, but I'll show you. So this is like the practice room of the show, and you see the lead character, the violinist, sleeping with her little jacket on, trying to support and encourage the pianist who's at the piano to practice. And it just made me like weirdly happy and sentimental. You know, so when I was at Berkeley, I spent, you know, probably, I don't even want to think actually about how many hours I spent in 4x4 rooms practicing just all day. And while it's not the most colorful backdrop, it just makes me feel good and like motivated at the same time. And it's also so cute and I like it, so. Weirdly enough, that's what inspired me to sit down and do my scales, you know? Hoagie Man, thank you so much for the $5.93 donation to make a beautiful $269.69. Wow, that's gorgeous. Also, just because I'm thinking about it now, I want to turn my air conditioning on. It's just a little warm, so I'm going to do that real quick. The thermostat's literally right there, so I don't even need the be right back screen. I'll just actually be right back. Just a moment. Okay. So, before I jump into our first pieces today, oh, did the alert happen? I mean, that's beside the point, but Sheridan, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Oh, did it happen? Did I miss it? Dang it. The butt alert. The butt balloon. Ooh, out of context, that sounds very naughty. But I shouldn't act like I'm 100% prim and proper anyway. But for Sheridan, please let me know if I can play a song for you as a priority request. I would love to play you something to thank you properly for the 10 gifted subs. The alert that apparently might not be a thing, but 100% is a thing, is I think 10 subs triggers the butt balloon Joe, where balloons look like they're coming out of my butt and I float upwards. Hoagie Man, thank you for 100 bits, kicking off a hype train. Thank you so much. I think I'd like to do just a little more improv. And this will just take me a moment. There was so many fireworks happening. Thank you guys so much for all the bits. Hoagie Man for 100 bits. Fat Yankus, thank you for 100 bits. For I'm Just a Po Boy, thank you for 500 bits. And Hoagie Man for 500 more bits. Thank you guys so much. I really, really, really appreciate it. If we're going the country route, I could do, Whiskey Before Breakfast, maybe? It is kind of like a song that's considered to be both an Irish tune as well as a bluegrass tune, but there's different stylings and trills and bowings. There's actually a really good video explaining it with a fiddle player who does the same piece, but with the different styles, and the bowing and the sound and dancing rhythms definitely had a different push to it. So it's based off that video that I listened to get the more country bluegrassy rendition of it. Let me check real quick. Or you know what? Do I just know it? Let's see if it's stuck in my hand. It's like No, wait a minute. That is an Irish tune. Oh, they're all fiddle players hate when you say this, but they're all really similar. They are though. I can't deny that. I need to check my reference. It's out there. My bad. Like, I know I could have gotten away with it, but I don't want to lie to you guys. I feel like, especially as a music teacher, that feels like evil. That's so dramatic, but I'm just like, man. Honestly, for Matt, I don't really do it. I feel like today was the first time I've done it in a long time. We can do it just for today because it's already a record breaker. But usually I don't. Okay. I see where it's similar. Let's see. I kept wanting to go into the one that I started, though, to begin with. And it's killing me that I don't know what that first one I did was called. The other one I was doing was an Irish tune. I know that much. Ah, it's bugging me. I don't know off the top of my head, but I know I won't get it. It was Home Ruler. That's what it was. Yeah, I feel like I might as well show you guys the other one to see the, like, see if you can see the similarities or if I'm just being judgmental. They're both in the same key, so they have that in common. But let's see. I wish I knew how to, like, Irish clog. Where I grew up, a lot of girls used to take it, like, as a class. I think it's because a lot of people who have, like, Irish lineage live in New England. So, like, a lot of people's grandparents are from Ireland. My grandma was from Ireland. So I feel like people like to put their kids in to, like, try to keep the culture going. Let's see. So this one is Home Ruler. Let's see how similar they are. Oh, yay, I'm so happy. Because I'm sure people who are consistent viewers know that my Irish pieces come in levels of, like, how comfortable and ready I am to just pull it out. So I usually like to do Tamlin and Mason's Apron because it's just really in my hand. I feel like I know where I'm going with it. But this one's like a close second now. I feel like I'm really enjoying where it's going. Welcome for Yelling Out Clouds. It's good to see you again. Ronnie's Dope, how are you doing today? Dennis, Gary, how are you? I peeked in your stream for a moment today and heard you got your second shot. Congratulations. How are you feeling? Because after mine, I was feeling real crumb bummy for a couple days, so I hope you're feeling okay. Also, Bender, welcome. We had a lot of people pop in. Thank you, guys. Caroline, how are you doing today? Rick, awesome. Well, It was not how I thought I was going to be starting off today doing bluegrass and Celtic music, but I actually quite enjoyed that. That was a thrill. It was a dancey beginning. So I mentioned at the top of the stream that I had set up my brand new desktop yesterday, and I was so excited. I was able to download the first program, Logic, which is the program that I record all my music on. It's like my editing, mixing, producing program. And it comes with a sound library that I was not able to put onto this computer. It was just this whole process, but I was able to install it and put all of the sound and everything I needed on the computer itself, and I was so excited because that would have filled up this computer that I stream from immediately, but I was able to put all of the things I needed from Logic on there. I was able to put my Final Cut projects on there. I was able to put... Oh, the stream's lagging? Do you think it's because of the other computer? I can turn it off, though. But I was able to put everything that I needed on this one. It was nice and easy going. Okay, we'll shut you down. But it's been a huge motivator for me. I immediately sat down and, of course, I learned 4 more songs for today. I'm really excited. I think you will really like them. It's like a variety that I think my song list needed. I always try when I add a new song to look at what my song list doesn't have and see if maybe I can add something in to make my song list more well-rounded and appeal to as many people as possible. But I think you guys are going to really like these. One of which was actually from the song requests in my Discord. I don't know if I should just say so now who did it or not. But anyway, I got a new song from Nier, Pokemon Gold and Silver, and Catherine. Catherine isn't like necessarily a very popular game, but it's really stylistic and beautiful. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it might be by the same art team that did Persona 5. The animated scenes look very similar, so even if it's not the same scene, it does have a story aspect to it with these pre-filmed segments throughout it. That's really cool. Heather, it's good to see you. How are you doing today? But let's get rolling with some Final Fantasy. I did promise Sight of Spira for my Melon Lord, my lord. And then we're going to do some more Final Fantasy. Got the new songs. I'm warmed up, ready to go. So let's just go for it. That game makes me want to throw my controller out the window. For John, are you talking about Caroline or for Persona 5? I don't know why I squinted my face like that was going to help me focus. For pencils, did me turning off the other computer help with the lag at all? Catherine. Like, I know it's a puzzle game for when he falls asleep, because the basic premise, I don't want to give anything away, I guess, is this guy basically has these dreams where those where the puzzles occur, and based off the decisions you make, it, you know, will change the outcome of the story. But he's having these nightmares and things are happening while he's sleeping. So those where the puzzles are occurring. Seeing an at the beginning of that statement makes me a little nervous for pencils. When you ask something hoping for an answer, getting an at the beginning is never a good feeling. Still lagging a bit. I guess we'll just give it a moment. I'd prefer to not stop things to run downstairs to restart the router, but my internet's been pretty solid lately. Anyway, I will get to Sight of Spira, but I'm going to start today off with Farm Boy from Final Fantasy VII. Lately, I've been really enjoying starting with Farm Boy or Kakariko Village at the beginning. They're just easygoing, cozy pieces that feel like a nice old hug, which is a great way for both me and I hope you guys to start the stream. Of course, both of which, for the songs that I just mentioned, are done by one of my favorite remixers, the incredible Juke Remix. You guys have heard me talk about him a lot, but I found his YouTube channel and immediately fell in love. I reached out to ask if I could play his music on my stream, and he was really, really supportive and wonderful, so I want to make sure I give him a very loving shout out. All right, let's do it. Oopsies. Here we go. I love it. It's just so comfy. I think one of my favorite things too about Juke remixes is they do a great job of adding just atmospheric sounds. They'll do like water running for a stream or something, or like people working in the town for Kakariko Village. It's these nice little extra touches that help really transport you to where he's taking to you. It's nice. Next up, I'm going to do a piece I haven't touched on for a little bit, but it's beautiful. I'm going to do Final Fantasy IX, Rose of May. This used to be one of my like favorite cozy pieces to help myself get settled. But I think I got nervous I played it too much. I go through phases with the music, which I'm sure you guys have, seen, where I try not to overplay anything at you too much. The Clever Lettuce, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Okay. Rose of May. I turned down the volume so I could burp. Obviously, I'm not like shy about burping on stream, but I feel like I shouldn't do it at the beginning. For the first hour or two, I feel like it should be like safe. Let's see here. For Barack, I'm honestly not sure. I will admit, now that things have opened up, my schedule has gotten a lot more full, which I'm really, really happy about, but it is a bit of a drive for Miss Joe. It's doable, but It's just going to be a bit harder, I think, for me to fit in. It is nice to think about for this song how far I've come with it. My mind went back to that moment too, and I was like, man, I feel so much more comfortable. I was so scared back then. And of course, like, I am still scared. I'm a very skittish streamer, as you guys have noticed, but it's nice to see improvement. I feel like something I've been trying to implement more and more is taking long breaks between pieces. I like really focus on one for a while, try and nail it, and then just let it breathe for a while, and then return to it. And it's been helping. Also, I think just having like a healthier attitude towards the piece. We were getting in that dangerous territory, I know, with Sight of Spira, where I honestly still get there a little bit sometimes, if I'm being honest. Not for the, lack of enjoying the piece. I love the piece, but just when I do a piece too many times, I start to fear those little mistakes. Because when you read music, there's just certain sections that come up, and you can see it coming. You'll be like playing, boop, 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 and you'll see the difficult section approaching, and then that becomes all you think about, where you're like, oh no, that thing's coming up in 20 seconds that I'm probably not going to get, which I'm sure you guys will know is like, oh, okay, I just saw a message. Thought it was something different. Anyway, I'm just trying to develop healthy attitudes towards the pieces and everything. Let's see here. Next up is gonna be Crossing Those Hills, and then I'll do Sight of Spira. This is another one of my like cozy pieces. It's basically impossible for me to play this one without going to a truly sentimental place. I absolutely love this song. Final Fantasy IX was my very first Final Fantasy. So I feel like I'll always have an attachment to it in that way. Oh, that was so loud. I'm so sorry. Did I give you your blood? Oh, I probably did. Oh no. I'm so sorry. took my time with my settings this morning, just working with the violin volume versus the track and getting just the balance that I wanted. And I'm really happy with it. I hope it sounds okay to you guys, because I feel quite confident in the ratio. It feels really comfortable, just the right amount of reverb where it's not too dramatic or over the top. It feels really good. And while it wasn't the most fun practice, I think it was really good for me yesterday to focus most of my energy on true classical practice. I just was with my metronome, doing my 3-octave scales, my string crossings. If you're practicing and you play through a piece, you're kind of already practicing wrong. I shouldn't say wrong, but a different kind of practice. But if you really want to work on those things to get better, it's the kind of stuff that you would never voluntarily listen to, you know what I mean? But it felt good to do it. For whatever reason, I shouldn't say for whatever reason, because I know exactly the reason. Choosing a background wallpaper for my computer was what really put me in the mindset. And I'll show you guys. I showed you at the beginning of stream, but I chose this scene from Your Lie in April. And you just see them for hours and hours in this lesson room, in a practice room. And it just showcases that, I don't know, if you want to be a musician, you have to, I don't want to say the word sacrifice, that sounds so dramatic, but in a way kind of sacrifice some time and experiences of life to just being in a small room, repeating the same thing over and over and pushing yourself and being like, what do I need to change? What do I need to adapt to make this sound better and fuller? I think one of the hardest things that I had to realize, I guess, with how my career choice was going to impact other aspects of my life was when I first went to college, and when I visited back home and saw a lot of my old friends, we would, meet up for dinner and have drinks and talk about school. And a lot of them would talk about the games at their school, the football games, or the sorority that they're gonna join, or shenanigans in the common room. And I didn't have any of that. Not to act like poor me in any way, I'm not saying that at all. It was just what I chose to do was different, where it was much more, instead of a football game that I get to watch and meet friends and blow off some steam at, I was provided with a concert once a month of a wonderful artist that I would learn from, but it wasn't a social event in any way. Instead of sororities and parties, I had rehearsals, it was just such a different experience. And I remember being kind of sad about it at first, because I felt like I was having a hard time connecting because of what I ultimately decided to do with my time. I've learned a middle ground, because of course I need to talk to people about things outside of music, even though it's hard for me sometimes. So I did have to find a middle ground between those, but I guess ultimately to be successful at anything, there's a certain amount of sacrifice that has to go into it. And I don't regret any of the hours that I sacrificed or experiences to be in that practice room at sometimes 5 hours a day, because it allowed me to get closer to the thing that I desperately wanted to be closer to, which was my violin. So it was a good thing, but I think admittedly it was just hard for me to learn. Never voluntarily listen to, except the people who tune in instrument practice streams. Well, for Tripwire, I don't know, there are some practice streams that I'll watch specifically to get motivated to practice. Usually I'll only get 20 minutes in, and then I'm like, okay, let's do this. I'm ready to go. I'm motivated. Like, I know every string player talks about them, but I can't watch more than 1 2-set violin without being like, oh my god, I need to practice. I need to practice so bad. I'm wasting time. I need to practice now. How am I going to get my 40 hours in? Daniel! I feel like I'm not used to seeing you here so early. Thank you so much for the resub. I really, really appreciate it. That does give you priority requests. If there's something that you would like to ask for me to play, I'd be more than happy to play it for you. Just let me know. Streaming classical guitar practice for 6 hours plus a day. Wow. Like, it's such a delicate, odd thing. You also need to like make sure if you practice for that long, how to take care of your body through it. Because a lot of people just push for it and then they end up hurting themselves. I've hurt my arm and my wrist before from just being stubborn. Surprise, I'm a stubborn person. But I've managed to get a lot better with balancing it, but it's taken some time, admittedly. Let me know if you guys have like had that experience with pursuing something, if you feel like you did have to give something up in order to chase the path that you want and the struggles that come and go with it. I'd be interested to hear about it in other fields, because obviously all I really know is music. So it'd be interesting to hear other perspectives. Usually teaching during this time, but you have a big break today. Very nice. Was it just like some student cancellations? Also, what do you teach for Daniel? I don't think I've ever asked you before, but I'd love to know. It's always the wrist, isn't it? Tripwire, you said you also hurt your wrist. I find myself playing for usually about 15 minutes, and then I stop and stretch for a couple, and then rinse, wash, repeat. Or stretch, play, stop, repeat. Melon Lord, this one's for you. Michael Leithen, thank you so much for the follow. Nah, that was the first time I missed those up ones for a while. Maybe I need a break from it again. Let's see. I think I did see that, Daniel, you asked for a particular priority request. For a doc, in grad school, you almost did nothing but sleep and go to the lab and work for 4.5 hours straight. Nothing fun for that stretch, but at the time, it was what I wanted to do. I think that's like a key part that I missed in my explanation for doc. I'm actually grateful that you mentioned that part. Because while it was kind of a reclusive and at times lonely lifestyle that I chose for practice, it was what I wanted. It was what I wanted more than anything. Like, it would have been fun to have, you know, some more college-y experiences than what I did. But it was what I wanted. It was even more than that. It was just like what I needed, really. Snuffkin, you gave up for social life for 7 days to change careers, but you burned out on teaching. A terrible environment there. A good working environment is so crucial, especially for longevity. I've been in a couple environments where I knew it was temporary, and I would just do my best to try and make the best of it, but it's really important. Oh, hello, SpongeBob. Thank you so much for an anonymous cheer for 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. That's super generous. I really, really appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let's see. For Daniel, you said you teach guitar and a bunch of cancellations today. Sometimes, I feel like I shouldn't say it, but sometimes I get kind of excited if I get an unexpected cancellation. Is that I'm like, ooh, is there anything I've been putting off that destiny is just telling me I need to get done right now? I had that happen last week, and it was when I cleaned out the shame closet back there. I had enough cancellations where I was like, there's no excuse for me not to do it at this point, really. Daniel, I saw that you asked for Guardian Millennial Fair, and I'm more than happy to do that for you. I'm just going to put in one more Joe well, I guess it would be a Joe request in a way. A Joe pick. And do Noctis's theme from Final Fantasy 15. This is one I don't feel like I have to work particularly too hard for. It's just a simple piece, and it really naturally flows out. It's easy for me to mute the worrying sections of my brain. Thank you, Raisin Ox, for introducing me to these ones. It's so pretty. I was really happy to see that I didn't resent it as well for being in D flat. Or no, that one I apologize. That one's an A flat. Still not one of my favorite keys. But I've been trying my best lately to not go into a piece when it has a key that's difficult for me to play with a bad attitude. I only change it occasionally still if it's like C sharp. That's the one that I just don't like it. I don't like it at all. Let's see here. Let's get to that priority request. And Daniel, I know that you wanted Guardian Millennial Fair, so let me grab that. Blue binder. Got it. Michael, thank you. That's really sweet. Thank you so much. And Barack Kupo, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Michael. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And Barack, that does give you a priority request. I know you're a fellow Final Fantasy IX lover like I am. So let me know if you want me to play a piece for you. If I was to guess, I'd say maybe you'd want Vivi's theme, but I'll let you pick. I just wanted to see if I could guess it maybe. Kupo. Okay, so Guardian Millennial Fair. This one I do play as a loop, and I wrote out a bunch of different parts for it. I feel like I've started to refine how I'm gonna do it to make it cleaner and come together as fast as we can. But I wrote all these parts out for this song because there was so many little melodies weaving in and out of it, and I couldn't pick one, so I decided to learn all of them. And I'm gonna start with guitar, and I guess I'll just go from there, see what happens naturally. Oh, that was exactly the funny bone. I felt that go straight through my fingertips. Ooh, not a good feeling. All right, let's use a pick, and I'm gonna check my tuning real quick. I feel like, if I'm being transparent, I've been craving a new stuffed animal friend. I feel like being a 30-year-old woman, I shouldn't indulge in that. I've been really wanting just a big fluffy plushie. But I've been not pursuing that because I didn't have a specific one or creature that I wanted to get. But I know what I want now. I'll let you guys try and guess what it is, but Barack inspired me. I know what I want now. Not what I want, what I need. I already got a Frank. If I get more than one Frank, then I'd fear a takeover. A lobster. I actually, believe it or not, I do have a stuffed lobster. It's a part of a neck pillow, and I got it at the Boston airport because Boston finds a lot of identification, a lot of soul connection with the lobster. So when you go through the Boston airport, there's just lobsters everywhere. Michael, you're so sweet. No, I mean, I started Twitch because I wanted to talk to people. I wanted to make a connection. So I'm not the best at it sometimes, but I always try to make sure I can read everything and be aware of what's going on. Oops. There we go. I feel like Family Guy kind of killed Rock Lobster for me. Sorry, Family Guy. I got a burp. I can't loop a burp yet. Okay. That's gonna be a little bit loud there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. with me now. You know, I never considered that it might be hut. Now I'm all confused and I don't know what's what. What's this? There we go. It looked like ash or something. This is one of my favorite arrangements when it comes to the instrumentation of it. I just love anything with washboard and the accordion together. And the violin is just so cute, but also fun and dancey. I really enjoy it. And I think I saw for Barak that you asked for Secret Library Daguerre, and I'm more than happy to do that for you. I haven't played it yet, if I'm being totally transparent, for Jaren. I've played a lot of the video games that are on my list, but admittedly I haven't played all of them. And a lot of these soundtracks you guys have actually introduced me to. One of the songs I added to my list today is actually from a suggestion that you guys gave me. It's a brand new Nier song. Oh, that was a satisfying fade out if there ever was one. Let's see. I want to see who asked for this one in particular, so I can see if you're here. Ha! It was the Tampon of Truth. They asked for a particular piece from Nier that I felt... Oh no, I apologize. They asked for Guild Wars. I guess I just wanted to say Tampon of Truth. It was for Cephalon Kiwi, if they're here. But they put a particular song in the video game song request section of the Discord, and I just thought it was so beautiful. Cathadora, if you're here, I'm working on one especially for you as well. Not ready today, but it's in the works. Making sure I'm not missing any other priority requests. Looks like this is the next one, so that's perfect. And I think after this one, I'm happy to get into some more loops. Maybe do a little bit of singing today. I did all my warm-ups today, so I feel nice and ready to go. Nope. Silver binder. Well, some of these new loops, admittedly, are taking me a little bit longer for the video game ones. Yes, I've been prioritizing trying to make more loop arrangements utilizing piano and bass. So, for instance, one of the new songs I'm going to show you today, I'm just going to play the violin for today as I didn't get to practice, but it has a walking bass line that I'm going to be working on and basic piano. And I think all three are going to work really nice together, so I think you guys will like it. Okay. Uh-oh, I forgot to put you back on the sleeve. Put it over there, so I remember to do it later. Michael, you're so sweet. But since you're new and you're being like so loving and supportive, if there's anything I can play for you in particular off the song list, please let me know. I would love to, I don't know, just show my appreciation that you're being like active and supportive in chat. I would love to play something for you. Barak, this one's for you for gifting that sub to Michael. And I like this piece. It's really, really relaxing. Final Fantasy IX. Here we go. For Fuzzy Worm, I really liked this track, but I was so frustrated when I learned about it because I was told that apparently this is a part of the game that like you don't have to get to in order to finish it. So it's something you can find. And in my playthrough, I didn't find the secret library. So when I heard this song, I was like, what? I missed it. Because when I play something, I really want to try and get like all the side quests and everything. I hate, not getting like all the heart containers or getting all the extra boosts that you can get. So I was so disappointed to learn that I had missed something. Killed me. But it is a lovely piece, so I'm happy to have it on the list. But it will forever remind me that I forgot and I missed it. Maybe the next playthrough. Ha! Very weak ha on that one. Okay, this one's for you, Barack. Gunner, what's up? It's good to see you. Cat on the keyboard? Happens. Let's see here. That is a bad feeling, especially in Final Fantasy games. Oh, wrong turn down knob. This one? Check. Yes. Yeah, it just never feels good. One that killed me, I remember this so specifically. It was from Kingdom Hearts 2, and the Trinity symbols on the ground, they have different colors, and it tells you if you got all of like a certain color. And I was missing one, and it was driving me crazy. And so I finally looked it up, and it said that it was in a part of the game that it was from the Nightmare Before Christmas level. It was from Oogie Boogie's like boss fight area. You had to like climb up this tower thing, and then you fight him, but when you beat him, the place disappears. And so I learned that that last symbol that I needed was in the place that disappeared, and it just like broke my heart. And if I remember correctly, there was like not great prizes in return for activating those Trinity things, but it just drove me crazy to see that one missing slot that I just couldn't fill. It like broke my heart. It made me so sad. But alas, I have been wanting to play through Kingdom Hearts 2 again recently. Mostly because I have like zero idea what happened in the plot of that story. Kingdom Hearts 1 was pretty easy to follow. And then I got really confused in the second one. With like Namine, is the blonde girl. I was like, how does she fit in? And Riku and then the red hair guy. I didn't understand. I was very confused. Not Riku, Roxas, him. Missing a summon. That's also a soul crushing one. You like see I don't know, like the illustration or something, or the animation in like a random YouTube video, and you're like, I missed that? Are you kidding me? Dang. No, bad gamer, Silver. I gotta accept responsibility in this one. It's my own fault. For Fuzzy Worm, yeah, I had zero idea what happened. Did I love the atmosphere and the music, and it was fun turning into like a lion for the Lion King segment? Yes, it was very fun. But I have zero idea what happened for it. I have zero idea of what that plot was supposed to happen. Anyway, playing violin, I will say, feels really, really good right now. So I would like to do another like stripped down piano piece. And I would like to do Eyes on Me from Final Fantasy VIII. You might have seen from my alerts that I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy VIII as well. Particularly Miss Renoa. I love Renoa so much. Because I feel like she's the one that I would like to be. Let's see. Hey Jingra, how are you? I don't know if I'd want to be a chocobo necessarily, but I did really want to know the experience of riding one. Would it be similar to a horse? Probably for enough to like fulfill that fantasy of mine. But I still want to know. It looks fun. I would like to try. That's like a whole 90 minutes more than I put into Final Fantasy. I'm currently at the end of 2 Final Fantasies. Should probably finish those. I have a horrible habit of getting to the end of a game, and then I grow sad about thinking about finishing the game, so I just leave it and I start a different game. And I'm at the end of a lot now. I've added a couple more on top of that. The typical list that most of you guys are aware of by this point. There's been some new additions. It's how I am. I can't help it. It can't be changed. Thank you, pencils. That's been one thing I've admittedly been working on a lot with my violin work. I've been working on getting really long, clean end tones because I just found that to be such a weird, specific skill that I needed to work on. You'd think it'd be easy finishing a note, but it's so hard to like fade out and make the volume go down just enough where it's smooth, and you know, it's like tucking a baby to sleep or something. You don't want to just like throw that child down. That'd be horrible. They would just wake up and be very upset with you, most likely. Butley Poopington? Is Butley Poopington here? Is Butley here? I don't think Butley's here. Baloo's here, though. That's my cat, for anyone who's new. He's fine. He just tends to scream around dinner time because he's convinced he's starving. But I know he's not. He's not. You're fine. You're not starving, Baloo. I'm quite behind on follows. Thank you so much for Signed, if you're still here for the follow. And J.A. Beer. Oh no, that's Bear. I'm just thinking about beer, clearly. And Shiro, thank you for the follow as well. Baloo! Buddy! Oh, he's not even on his chair that he usually sits and watches me on. It's not a good sign. That means he's quite upset with me. Let's see here. I'm ready to do a little bit of sang-a-langin'. Don't throw your kids around. I mean, you'd like to think that that's just a natural thing most people know, but just in case. Oh, he's on the chair now. Hi, buddy. I'm gonna go see if he wants to say hello. I doubt it, but let's try. I stand corrected. Here's the big boy Baloo. See if he wants some ASMR purrs. Oh. You want to purr in the microphone? Good boy. He's my big old man. I'm gonna feed you, buddy, in 30 minutes, okay? Good boy. He's a big cat. I got him when he was a kitten. I had no idea he was gonna get so big. Oh, he always cries. So, I think what I'd like to start with is something relaxing. And I'm gonna do the zombies. This will be our year. I put a bunch of new videos in my OBS. I know when I go for a break, I usually do one of those, but I miss playing them, so I decided to put some more Fable Cry stuff in there so I can sing This Will Be Our Year again, because I miss it. Oh my god, Baloo. He's been so much worse lately. Maybe it's just me thinking that. I feel like we're hearing him scream a lot more, though. Okay, this will be our year. This is one of the loops that I have pre-recorded my guitar part for to help things move along a little bit faster. So I'm gonna go to the guitar track, layer some strings on it, and then I'm gonna sing. For Old Man Snugs, Baloo is getting a bit old. He's like 11 now. Oh, it makes me sad to think about it. My old man cat. I got him when I was 19. He's just a little kitten. Okay. We're gonna turn this up. No. For Old Man, what's their name? That's an old cat, but I had a cat who lived to be 21 growing up. His name was Ernie. And he was a fighter. He was an outdoor cat, too. And that usually shortens a cat's life. But not that one. He was a tough cat. That's not right. This will be our year. Oh, it's 12. My bad. Here we go. Take 2.
Took a long time to
now we're there, and we've only just begun. This will be our year, took a long time to come. The warmth of your smile, smile for me, little one. In this will be our year, took a long time to come. You don't have to worry, all your worried days are gone. And this will be our year, took a long time to come. Now won't forget the way you helped me up when I was down. Now won't forget the way you said, darling, I love you, you give me faith to go on. Now we're there, and we've only just begun. And this will be our year, took a long time to come. Like the warmth of the sun, and this will be our year, took a long time to come. You don't have to worry, all your worried days are gone. And this will be our year, took a long time to come. Now won't forget the way you helped me up when I was down. Now won't forget the way you said, darling, I love you, you give me faith to go on. Now we're there, and we've only just begun. And this will be our year, took a long time to come. I did realize as I was doing that I was wearing the same exact shirt that I wore in that video. I was like, oh, this must be trippy for anyone in my regular crowd. Blaka, I saw your entrance, by the way. I never miss it, and I still love it. Welcome. How are you doing today? I'm doing great. Thank you so much for asking. I had a really relaxing morning, just taking my time and doing nitty-gritty practice work. But it's resulting in me feeling so comfortable with my violin playing today. I don't feel like I'm worrying about it as much, which is nice. I hate to admit that some days I worry pretty consistently, like through the stream, where I'm just like, oh no, am I gonna reach this note? Or is my tone okay? Am I squeaking? But then some days it just flows. But I know it's that way with probably anything, really. So I guess I shouldn't worry about it too much. Welcome, by the way, for Celeste. It's really nice to see you. How are you doing today? I hope everything's going well in your world. Ooh. There we go. Let's see here. I think what I'd like to do now is a bit of improv again to get a bit more loosened up. And then let's look at the clock. Yeah, I got time. I'm gonna do another loop as well. A part of me wants to try and do one that I did yesterday, but I wasn't happy with it. I want to get a second go at it. So what I'm gonna do is some improv, and then jump straight into I Will Follow You Into the Dark. I think I'm fighting the possibility of that song turning into something that sounds like First Day of My Life so much that I'm halting myself before I can even really develop. We're getting lag spikes still. Ah, that's such a bummer. Okay, when I take my break at 5:30 then, instead of doing the video break, I will stop the stream briefly, restart the router, restart... Boston came out there. Restart the router. And then it should even out a bit. I did call in to try and make sure everything was super clean with the internet. It's better than it was that one week where it was just like super, super off. But anyway, we're going to do some improv. I will follow you in the dark. Then I will restart. Now I'm seeing you say it, Pencils, and I'm trying not to do it. I will restart the router after I do that. Let's see. Restart. Sometimes you got a little Boston that just needs to come out. Which one? Let's try this. Realizing as I started this one, I feel like this was what I warmed up with at the beginning of stream and just accidentally stumbled on again. So I feel like I should probably let this one be for now. We've already noodle-doodled on it. And if we're talking about restarting, I'm thinking about it so hard now. And then I said hard. Okay, I need to restart my router real quick. We're having internet issues today. It hasn't been like this for a little while now, so I'm a little disappointed. No, someone save Y! No! As he fell to the bottom. I was a little late for that part of the joke, but it was getting there. Okay, I'm going to stop the stream very briefly and be back in like 4 minutes. I just need to restart the router. I'm gonna miss you guys. I wish it didn't have to be this way. But I will be back with a beer and we're gonna play some music. Gunnar, thank you so much for $10 donation. Thank you. I really, 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 really appreciate you. Pencils! That's so evil. Goodness golly. Your streams are really fun. Thank you, Gunnar. I'm having fun too, for what it's worth, in case that's not transparent. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna restart that router. I'm gonna miss you. I'll be back, okay? Bye. I'm hoping that maybe things are a little bit clearer now. I did forget to do with my the video. I forgot to do my crack open ASMR moment, so I let you down in that way. I do apologize, everyone. But still, cheers. D Hands, thank you so much for the resub for 5 months. Thank you so much. That does give you a priority request. If there's something that you would like to hear, just let me know. Let me refresh the screen over here. I'm having, admittedly, I picked this mostly because of the appearance. It's very cute. I got an A-OK IPA. Very nice. But it's really good. It's not super hoppy, just really smooth, easy. But I said before break, before I had to run downstairs to just refresh the router real quick, I wanted to give a go at a loop of a song I tried to do the other day, but it didn't go quite the way I wanted to. So I'm gonna see if I can just like go into it and let what needs to happen happen. So I'm gonna start off with I Will Follow You Into the Dark. Is the connection any better, by the way? Okay. We're gonna start with guitar and build up from there. Looking good on your end. Good. Okay, that makes me feel better. So I think what I tried to do last time was too busy. So now I'm gonna lean in the complete opposite direction. Oh, you jinxed yourself? No. I'm gonna go in the complete opposite direction and make it really open. I think that might be the vibe that I need. Let's see. I think I have it fixed as much as I can at this point. Mare's right. And that emote. I agree with everything that you guys are saying. Goodness golly, Miss Molly. We're just getting one of those days, I suppose. We'll give it a minute and see if it gets any better, and we'll just see how it goes. I'm so sorry, everybody. I wish I could just snap my fingers, but it's out of my control to a certain degree. I'm really sorry. Let's just see if it gets a little better. guitar first. I'm close to something good. I want to restart it because it's early enough and I have a vision. I'm gonna chase it. I got it.
the dark. No blinding lights or tunnels to gates of white. Just our hands clasped so tight, waiting for the hand of a spark. And then never decide that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the notes on their vacancy signs. But there's no one beside you when your soul embarks. I'll follow you into the dark. In Catholic school, as vicious as Roman rule, I had my knuckles bruised by a lady in black. I held my tongue as she told me, son, fear is the heart of love. So I never looked back. And never decide that they both are satisfied. Illuminate the notes on their vacancy signs. If there's no one beside you when your soul embarks, I'll follow you into the dark. We've seen everything to see, from Bangkok to Belgrade, and the soles of our shoes have all worn down. The time for sleep is now, but it's nothing to cry about, 'cause we'll hold each other soon. If ever they'll decide that they both are satisfied, illuminate the notes on their vacancy signs. But there's no one beside you when your soul embarks. I'll follow you into the dark. Yes, I'll follow you into the dark.
I feel like that one was closer. These are moments on stream where, like, figuring out live is actually really exciting, because now you've heard me do it like 5 different ways, but that one was closer. I feel like if I can marry that rendition with something closer to How I Do Flume by Bon Iver, I think that will give the best combo of like a solemn vibe, but maybe a little, like, I don't want to say hopeful, but like accepting maybe. I think that's what I'm trying to access. At least with the strumming pattern, it was way closer, just leaving more like silence parts in between rather than a continuous finger picking pattern. So I'm really excited about the direction it's going. And I'm also excited, I guess, at the knowledge of knowing it's not set in stone yet, that I can still play with it a bit, and it's getting closer. So I think what I'd like to do next to complement the chiller vibes of that last lute, but maybe a more optimistic take, would be God Only Knows. Because I feel like it's a song that still has a lot of like longing to it, but it's just a bit more uplifting in like the instrumentation. Chris, thank you so much for the $20 donation, by the way. That was super, super generous, and I really appreciate it. That does give you a priority request if you're still here, which means if you see anything on my song list, just please let me know, and I will play it for you right away. For Red Ice, I don't have that particular song, but I am a big fan of the Xenoblade soundtrack. I do have a fair amount of Xenoblade songs. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I know Colony 6, Shulkin Fiora, Home. I think there's something else after that. It's not just Home, but that sounds closer. And then there's another one I know. XBT13 or something. If any of those ring a bell, please let me know. I'll be happy to look into more of the Xenoblade soundtrack because I really enjoy it. Greg, Breakfast in America is the best song. It is one of my favorite loops, if I'm being honest. Oh, I was so close. Oh, I really tried to dig in the back of my brain memories for that one. So if any of those ring a bell, just please let me know. I would love to play you something. Thank you guys for being so supportive with just all the complications with the internet today. Clearly the LOM people are here too. But you know, sometimes I guess days are just like that. Let's see here. We are gonna do God Only Knows. Let's see. So this is pre-recorded on track number 6. You know that move where someone goes up to you and they like pump their chest out at you trying to fight in a weird flailing kind of way? Like, what do you think about that? I feel like I'm watching that right now in chat, and in text form, it somehow is even more amusing. As if this wasn't enough. It's quite a look. God only knows. Also, May, welcome. It's so nice to see you. How are you doing today?
But as long as there are stars above you, you'll never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, the life would still go on, believe me. The world could show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without you. Get ready for buzz. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, the life would still go on, believe me. The world could show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows, God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows, God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows, God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows, God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows, God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows, God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows, God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows, God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows, God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows, God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows, God only knows what I'd be without you.
Welcome for Un Timeout. Sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly. It's not on purpose. Thank you guys so much for the new followers, by the way, for Andy, as well as Oitava Bilateral. Thank you guys so much. I really, really appreciate you. Believe it or not, that was one of the very first loops that I had. Butley Poopington. Sometimes you just appear at the perfect times, Mr. Butley. Oh, sorry, Sir Butley. It is so nice to see you. How are you doing today? It's so nice to see you. I'm trying to think of like which songs make me think of walking through the park with you. There was one in particular. I remember it now. This is our stroll piece. I'm curious to see if the mods will know which one it is. No, no, your arrival is always lovely and wonderful. Let's see. So I'm going to do our Waltz Through the Park song, which is the Katamari March de Masi. Though it might not appear at first impression to be the best walking through the park in a fancy Victorian outfit song, just give me a moment. Just check it out, and I'll show it to you. Here we go.
Give me one reason to stay, and I'll turn right back around.
Turn us up just a dash. We're good to go. Daniel! Thank you so much for the raid! You were just playing Axiom Verge 2. How was it? Thank you, I really appreciate the raid. I gave you a priority request earlier, but now you get another one. If there happens to be something that you'd like to hear, just let me know. Also, John, I don't think I said hello to you yet. It's wonderful to see you. How are you doing today? Let's see. And Flair, welcome. How are you doing today? And A Devil Did Dream. And Funky Thomas, how are you guys doing? It's good to see you. Had to let it finish one time through. It's a horrible game, but I paid for it, so I feel like I should beat it. Fair enough. What kind of game is it? And sometimes there's like good bad, and sometimes there's just bad bad. So which one of those two would you say it might be? Yeah, sometimes something's so bad that you gotta just enjoy it for what it is. You know what I mean? It was bad. Hans, I guess that you were there for it. He's in denial. Reminds me of the theme of the Origami King. For Red Ice, I actually know that song. It's one of my favorites. Well, I don't know if it's the... I'm trying to remember, like, the theme of the opening screen. Yes, it's like the Toad Town theme, but I did the museum version of it where it's like just a piano going through it. Dude, Kendra! Oh, I forgot that's my new raid alert. That's wholesome. Just a little bit of a butt balloon Joe. Kendra, how was your stream? It's so nice to see you. If you guys haven't had the pleasure of checking out Kendra, I highly, highly recommend that you change it right now. She has an incredible voice. It's so full and yet soft at the same time. It's really, really something special. And she plays a lot of instruments and loops. So definitely check her out. I highly recommend. How was your stream for Kendra? Wait, I got another raid? Oh yeah, duh, because never mind. It's all coming together now. I'd like to show you guys a quick little loop. It's one I like to do at the beginning of some raids as it comes together relatively quickly. But I'm going to do Chim Chimmery for you guys real quick. But Kendra, please let me know in particular if there's something I could play especially for you to thank you. Just let me know. And I hope everyone else that popped over is having a lovely day so far. You know what? I feel bad teasing this one, but let's do an original now. Because I keep forgetting that I have those. And I want to do it more. So, goodbye, Chim Chimmery. I'll return to you one day. But I'd like to do Imagine That. If I can remember which of the 5 channels I have for it. VHD, I know I gave you a couple, but I think it's 74. Yeah, it's 74. Maybe 76. Could be either one. All right, let's do the original. I'm gonna do my original tune, Imagine That. I already pre-recorded some of the stuff. I'm just gonna layer some strings on top, and I hope you like it. I'm actually doing 76 now for BHG to make things even more complicated for you. Let's do it.
and fervent, serpent, knew all the right things to say. I couldn't help myself. I got caught up in promises of love, a kiss here, touch there, kept me from thinking straight. You could feel the rest in for yourself. It only took one for me to go. Oh yeah. It only took one for me to go down. Oh yeah. I've grown an obsession for the cutthroat affections of a man I hardly need. I know I've gotta stop, but I've kept this bottled up too long to give it up that easily. I gotta have it if I break this habit. Can I roll with the higher hierarchy? Next time you see me, I'll be cut clean. I surrendered my gold throne over to the power of primal love, swept up in the fray. One thing led to another till I caved. I got caught up in the whole rush of adrenaline pumping in straight into my veins. Am I for shame or too far gonna be saved? Oh, it only took one look for me to go down. Oh yeah, I've grown an obsession for the cutthroat affections of a man I hardly need. I know I've gotta stop, but I've kept this bottled up too long to give it up that easily. I gotta have it if I break this habit. Can I roll with the higher hierarchy? Next time you see me, I'll be cut clean. Oh, next time you see me, I'll be cut clean. Ow.
Had a bit of a timing thing for a moment there, but it ended up evening out by the end. For John, Not Yet. That was the first song that I've written on the looper. And I guess I'm trying to decide. Kendra, thank you. That really means a lot to me. I'm newer on the songwriting part of, you know, my development as a musician. And admittedly, the process, when it comes to like the instrumentation and the music, I really, really like it. But when it comes to lyrics, oh my God. Writing lyrics, it hurts. Oh, I can't stand it yet. I'm trying to get over it, but you know, it's taking admittedly a little bit of time. Thank you guys so much for the new follows, by the way, for Huasmac, Spilling, Agboy, Raging Mushroom, Sing Sinatra for that host. Thank you so much. Mr. P and Jarikandra, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you. I do want to put it up, but I'm trying to think if I should try and do like a live take video where I'm recording the loop live, no headphones through my amperphone, through my amp and everything. There we go. Or if I should do a clean edited version going through Logic. So I'm not quite sure yet. I do have my brand new desktop and everything all set up so that I have a workstation that is really motivating and pushing me to keep on going through it. But I'm just trying to figure out the right scenario, I guess, that I would like to put it all into, if that makes sense. I think what I'd like to do now is do something with a bit of energy to it. So I'm going to do my loop arrangement of a Beck song, Go It Alone. Jewish Hulk, what's up? I haven't seen you in chat for a long time. How are you today? It's good to see you. I've been really wanting to do more Beck songs because I felt like on paper it seemed like something that would be very unlikely for a violinist loop artist to do, but I was really determined. There, you know, it's definitely more the other instruments that are utilized in it, but I still do like some violin solos and stuff. I wanted to push myself to try and get better at the keyboard and the bass, because I was only able to buy these because of you guys and the donations and stuff, so I wanted to show you that I'm actively trying to get better and learning the other things and putting it all together. So, for this one, I'm going to start with the guitar. I'm going to add bass, and I got a kick drum down here. Oh, here we go. There we go. For Little GIF, I was telling everybody today, I just got a new desktop computer, and a very big decision with a new computer is figuring out what your wallpaper is going to be. And I went with a scene from Your Lie in April that it just touches my violinist practice mindset's heart. I put it up in here, so I'll show you guys in OBS right now. But this is the scene, well, a lot of scenes happen here. It's like the practice room where you see them just like painstakingly for hours work on pieces. And you see her sleeping on the ground over there. And I was just like, oh my God, I relate to this so much because that's what I do. When I'm not streaming, I'm still in this room practicing all day, just trying my hardest to get better and better. I do not know Beck the Anime, actually. A Sea of Icons. For Little GIF, I actually do a loop rendition of a song from Your Lie in April. It's the very first scene where Kaori's on the jungle gym, and she's playing the, what's it called? The melodica. And there's a bunch of kids around her, and she like gives them instruments, and they all play it together. So maybe I'll do that one after this to show you if you're interested. Thank you so much for the follow. And Kendra, it's deceiving is you're just like thinking, I guess, generally of things you like to search for your wallpaper or maybe colors. But it's such a vague question that it's kind of overwhelming at first. But I found the one that's totally right, at least until I get tired and need to change it out again. Jinger, thank you so much. I can tell I'm slowly but surely getting more and more confident with more difficult... Oh my God. Thank you so much to new fan, whoever you are. Thank you so much for a $100 donation. Thank you so much. I know it's anonymous. I would ask if you'd want me to play you something in particular. Thank you so much. Thank you. That really means a lot to me. And it helps giving me the chance to make this my full focus and to just keep on making more arrangements and writing. And thank you. This morning I was so excited about the new setup that I learned 4 new songs. One of them you guys asked me to learn. It was oh shoot, I said it at the beginning of stream. I learned a song from Near for somebody here, but I also learned a song from Caroline and a song from Pokemon Gold and Silver. But I'm always at this computer typing out new arrangements for new loops and new things, and it really helps. So thank you so much. Thank you. Nick, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Thank you so much. Still a pretty nice number, 40469. Thank you, BHG. Yep, that's it. Reading it, I was like, yeah, that's definitely it. Nice! 420.69, the most beautiful donation number I think I've ever reached. Thank you, My Shadow, for donating that 16 to get us to that gorgeous number. Thank you so much. There we go.
station by the lane with my hands in my pocket, jingling a wish card that I stole from a John that was down and all the cares in the world. When I get older, see me on the back porch of fence, just see the dogs running with a ring and a question, and the shivering voices are singing through a crack in the window. I better go it alone. I better go it alone. Oh, I better go it alone. Better go it alone. Better go it alone. Down on the corner, see me standing on a makeshift road with the dust storm blowing, a long black shadow, full of family from a coal mine down where Daddy was working. Comb my hair back, strike a match on the bathroom wall, just a number is written. Driving on the sidewalk, I'm looking back in the rearview mirror while the sky is burning bright. I better go it alone.
Oh, that one was fun today. Yet another song that I feel like I allowed myself to give some space to. And then coming back to it, I was like, oh man, I am so ready for this today. It was fun for violin solos too. I like that key. It's fun. Crazy Eddie! Hello! Thank you so much for the 8th month sub. I really, really appreciate it. Please let me know if I could play something for you to thank you officially. I would love to play a song for you to say thank you. Also, thank you for the new follows for Hawk Bear and Stupid Little Kids and David Rojas Oficial. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it, you guys. I feel like Loopland has been good to me. It's been fun today. But I think on that note, I want to go back to some instrumental pieces, if that's okay. Mr. P, I hope you have a wonderful evening. So nice to meet you through Kendra. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys so much. We got a hype train. Metroid Spasm, thank you for the resub for 5 months. JFTP for gifting 3 sets of 420 bits and 69 bits. I could do the grand total, but it's more fun to announce it that way. 4 sets? My goodness. Brody. You guys, Brody, thank you for the donation to make a beautiful 484841212. That's beautiful. Thank you guys so much. I was gonna go back to instrumental, but let's keep this energy going, and I'm gonna do Breakfast in America. Because I love this song. I feel like it might be one of my best. So I feel like I get cautious about pulling it out because, you know, it's a big point. Let's go. Let's do it. Goppy, thank you so much for 100 bits. My Shadow, you're excited. Awesome. Celeste, thank you for 200 bits. Thank you guys so much. Oh man, I felt a little stressed today when my internet was acting up and we got a couple little tiny moments of aggression in chat, and I was just like, oh no, I just want everyone to be happy. And I feel so much better. I think I just needed some Beck, honestly. My Shadow! Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs, you guys. Thank you so much. Also, Bald Engineer, thank you for 200 bits. I really appreciate it. I'm just setting up with my toes as fast as I can the settings I need on the looper for this next one. But just thank you guys. You raise me up. You really do. I can't say it enough. I wake up in a good mood when it's stream day. I'm just like, oh, I can't wait to be creative. And sometimes being creative can feel really vulnerable, but you guys push me to just shut up and stop being self-conscious and just do it. I feel like we're a bit out of tune. You're gonna want me to fix it now, not later, I promise. But thank you guys. For anyone who's contributed to the hype train, you did get a priority request. If that's something you're interested in, just let me know. Or the mods. Also mods, thank you for being awesome. All right, we're ready, y'all. Let's do this. Here we go. 3 and...
mommy dear. They gotta have them in Texas, 'cause everyone's a millionaire. I'm a winner, I'm a sinner, would you like my autograph? I'm a loser, what a joker, I'm playing my jokes upon you. Well, there's not a lot I can do. Don't look at my girlfriend, she's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend, I never seem to get a lot. What's a lot? Not a lot. Take a jumbo across the water like see America. See the girls in California, I'm hoping it's gonna come true. Well, there's not a lot I can do. Yeah. Bye, bye. She's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend, I never seem to get a lot. What's a lot? Not a lot. Take a jumbo across the water like see America. See the girls in California, I'm hoping it's gonna come true. Well, there's not a lot I can do. Yeah.
I keep forgetting to try to add accordion on that one. I think I get self-conscious still about like worrying about if a loop's going on too long. But the accordion is just like destined to be on that song, I feel. It's just meant to be there. It has to. Thank you so much for Siri for the follow, by the way. A Royal Wee for 100 bits earlier. Thank you so much if you're still here. I hope you are. As well as TMK. Thank you for the bits as well. I really appreciate you. Funky Thomas, I'm glad to see that you've been sticking around, having a good time. Jove, thank you so much for 100 bits. Jerson, for the follow as well. Thank you guys just so much. I feel like it always surprises me, in a way I like, when I do my more like rock songs, I guess. I have been working on the electric guitar a little bit on my own time to add it in as well. I'm just trying to get a tone that I like still, if I'm being honest. And you know me, I'm always running between like 100 instruments and arrangements. I tend to go a bit faster than I should sometimes. I can't help myself though. I just want to do it all so bad. I want to learn all the things and do all the things. I feel like on this note, I can make a somewhat smooth transition into some of my brand new transcriptions to show you guys. I have a lot of new stuff to show you and I'm really excited about it. I'm going to start with a very chill piece. You guys have heard me put it into the background. You guys have encouraged me to like put it into like the main melody. I put it on the background before, but I really wanted to try and put a little bit of extra something into it. So this song is called Lost, and it's from the game Caroline. You might recognize it again from some of my background tracks. I think you guys will really like it. So let me just go to my playlist here and we'll run with it. That one again is from Caroline. Oh, then we got Super Mario sneaking in here. I had that one as like a vibey one in the back, and I tried to do improv on it, but I felt like I was just taking away from the melody because it's such a simple, really pretty line, so I really wanted to just run with it. And on the note of showing you guys new songs, why don't I do one more? Because I still have 3 new songs to show you. Right? 1, 2, 3. I technically have 4 new songs. So for anyone who's new, every week I listen to new game soundtracks and I pick out new songs or pick new songs to write loops to and do arrangements for. And for this week, I went through some of my vibey checklist, and one of the remixers that I put on my background music, I decided to pick and do the main melody for. The original soundtrack is awesome, but I really like what they did in particular for it. So, do you hear lightning? Oh, baby, it's in a storm here. But this particular one is called National Park, and the remixer is Mewmore. They have an amazing channel, just totally packed with really amazing remixes from Studio Ghibli soundtracks to Pokemon and a bunch of other stuff. So I highly, highly recommend you check them out. And if I'm giving you your first little taste of them right now, I'll do my best to do them justice. Again, this piece is called National Park, and it's from Pokemon Gold Silver, remixed by Mewmore. And I hope you like it. Oh, yes, you're right. Okay, at least I wrote Catherine on the page. I don't know why I went with a Caroline. It's just my inner Boston wanting to scream Sweet Caroline, I guess. All right, let's do it. It's just so vibey. I love it. I feel like more often than not, like when it comes to violin playing over a particular track, I really like to do mostly the originals. But when I find a remixer that I'm really, really feeling, it's just, I can't stop myself. That one is called National Park, and it is from Pokemon Gold and Silver, but the remixer in particular is Mewmore, and I'll spell it out for you guys. But what I do is I like search on YouTube for different remixers that I enjoy playing along with. And when I find someone that I really enjoy, I usually reach out and I'm like, hey, I really like what you do. Is it okay if I play it on my stream? And people have been so nice and encouraging and just telling me to go for it. So I can pass forward any advice for you. There's no harm or nothing lost in just asking someone. You never know. And from doing that, I actually got to reach out and talk to some remixers and arrangers that I absolutely adore and I listen to a lot in my own time. And I was like shocked that they got back to me. And then on top of that, we're like, yeah, go for it. So if you ever are thinking about asking someone for an opportunity or permission or something like that, there's usually no loss gained in just going for it. I tried and it worked out well, so I recommend you give it a go. I know I had a couple priority requests popped in, so let me see here. I'm seeing that we got The Way I Am for Brody, you got it, and Tifa's Theme for Celeste. For The Way I Am, I ended up pre-recording the guitar part to help things move along a little bit quicker. I'm just gonna layer the bass on top, maybe some piano, and then we'll sing. This one, let me see here. It's in this binder. So we are gonna do The Way I Am. Brody, thank you so much for your donation. I really, really appreciate it. Let's see, I pre-recorded guitar in this one for track 27 on the looper. So I'm gonna go down here and let's add some bass on top and go from there. There we go. Oh. I never loan, do I? All right. Let's do it. A bit loud. I'm gonna do it again with the gain a bit lower. Hey Guitar Shredder, how are you? It's good to see you. And Florian Sax.
we're ready to go now. Thank you again, Brody, for the donation. This one's especially for you. If you were falling, then I would catch you. You need a light. I'd find a match, 'cause I love the way you say good morning. You take me the way I am. If you are chilly, here, take my sweater. Your head is aching. I'd make it better, 'cause I love the way you call me baby. And you take me the way I am. I buy you Rogaine when you start losing all your hair. So on patches to all you dare, 'cause I love you more I could ever promise. And you take me the way I am. You take me the way I am. You take me the way I am.
I almost wish I put a little bit of washboard hi-hat on there. Thank you guys for the new followers, by the way, for Cute Kitten, Opper, Kev from the Bunker, Sarah, and Adam Up Bass. Thank you guys so much. And Ignacio, thank you very much. I really appreciate it, you guys. It looks like we got a thunderstorm rolling into Nashville. Hopefully everything stays all right here. Sometimes a little summer storm is like just the thing to refresh things, though. So I do have another priority request to get to here. And after this one, I think I'm going to roll through a bunch of video game stuff in particular. If you guys have a particular game that you want me to jump into, don't be shy to just yell out like Final Fantasy X, Kingdom Hearts, Chrono Cross. Just let me know and I'll try my best to make sure I play things that you want to hear. But first, we're going to do one of my old-time favorites to play to, Tifa's theme. I feel like I can really get into this one, so I'm excited to play it. Ignacio, greetings from Bolivia. Hello. Final Fantasy VII. And we're ready to go. Okay. Thank you, BHD. Here we go. Tifa's theme. And we are good to go. Let me just start this guy from the top. Razor Blades, thank you for the follow. Man, I love that one so much. It just feels so good. I feel like I want to play off of that, like, beauty orchestrated vibe and roll into some of the more orchestrated video game pieces that I have. So I'm going to venture into, like, Monster Hunter World territory slash Xenoblade Chronicles slash maybe some, like, Octopath Traveler. If you guys want to go on a bit of a journey with me. Nibbler, thank you. Oh my goodness. I'm like drowning in sheet music all the time. Nibbler, thank you for the follow. Wasn't that the name of one of the pets in Futurama? I feel like I can see that little creature like so clearly in my head. Sukaza, welcome. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good one. For me, it sounds like we're about to get a bit of a thunderstorm here, and I'm really, really excited because playing violin in the rain is just like the perfect amount of drama. So to start off, I'm gonna go into our Xenoblade Chronicle pieces. I love them. And to get it going, we're gonna do, can I remember the name? It's like XBT3? Yes, nailed it. For JD, I don't think I have that one anymore. I kept running into the issue of filling up my laptop, but now it's something I don't need to worry about anymore because I got my very first desktop computer. I'm so excited. Yesterday I sat down and I ended up learning 5 new pieces because, you know, just getting like a new setup and something that you can use properly is a really good motivator. So I just sat down, learned a bunch of the things that I wanted to. So I got a lot of new pieces added to the list, some of which you guys actually asked me to learn. I want to wait for them if they show up, but I did learn one for someone today for Nier, but I might just pull that one out soon because I really want to play it. It's so pretty. But first, we're going to go through some Xenoblade Chronicle songs. All of this stuff I wrote out myself. I love listening to video game music and then writing out the sheet music. It's like one of my favorite hobbies. I find it really relaxing and I love game music, so then to have my own little collection is awesome. Here's one that you guys introduced to me as well. Someone put it in the Discord a while back, and I think it's really, really fun. So I hope you guys like it too. See you, Jojo. For Blake, if you want to hear it, I'll show you my new Near piece. I am really excited to do it. I feel like for a while I was holding back on doing the Near soundtrack because the vocals in it are so beautiful, and I was nervous that I guess me playing the violin over it would like take away from the vocals. It would just distract from the greatness that already is that soundtrack. But one of you sent me this particular song in the Discord, and I thought it was so beautiful, so I had to learn it. It's called Voice of No Return, and it starts with like mainly a cello solo moment, but I decided to kind of double it and force my way in there because I wanted to play on it too. But I hope you guys like it. It's really pretty. Oh man. Nothing beats like the first time playing through a piece with you guys. That one felt really good. I feel like I usually get so nervous when I do a brand new song for you guys. But this one is slow and just really instinctual, and like where it does go up and down. So it's so nice. I really enjoy it. Right? I'm so excited to like every time I add a new song to my song list, especially when it fits into one of my set lists that I'm making now, or like the categories I've separated everything into, just like the best feeling. It makes me so happy. Blake, I'm glad that you gave the extra push for me to put the Near one in. I'm happy that I got to do that one today. And believe it or not, I do still have I have 2 new songs still to show you guys, so doesn't stop here. Every week there's more and more new material, and I don't see an end of anything in the future for me to learn. I'm just super inspired. I got a notepad here with a bunch of songs that I still want to learn. But I managed to check some off last night. And this morning I ended up doing one. So I'm going to go through again some of our more like orchestrated pieces for right now. And next up we're going to do Colony 6 Silence from Xenoblade Chronicles. This one makes me feel really like free when I play it. It feels really nice. I feel like that piece is not necessarily like the big dramatic showstopper in any way, but I love it. It's just so effortless. It's so pretty. Van Hamilton, thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate it. We're officially over a year now. Amazing. Love it. Oh, we still got that moody thunder in the background. Love that for us. I'm going to go through our last two Xenoblade Chronicles pieces. And at this point, I'm just kind of grabbing things as I go. Please let me know if you guys want to change in the genres. The basic genres I've ended up kind of dividing my set list into is chill. That's mostly like home themes or some of the more relaxed, stripped down guitar like pieces. Then there's orchestrated, which is what I'm doing now. These lush, full pieces. Piano and strings, where I play along to. Piano or strings. Fiddle, jazz, action, and then instrument loop or vocal loop. So those are the 7 subgenres that I've divided up my song list into. Please let me know if you want me to go into one of those in particular, but I'm in the middle of orchestrated right now and just going to knock out some of my favorites. So we're going to do Hometown next, and then Xenoblade Chronicles Shulk and Fiora, which was actually the very first one that I'd done. I am working on my second heart piece, but it's not ready yet. I promise it will be at some point, but it's just not ready yet. Hometown Xenoblade Chronicles. Here we go. I feel like this is one of the quintessential hometown themes, like in a game. It has that happy and like sorrowful farewell tone to it. That's so nice. I love it. Daniel, thank you for gifting a sub, by the way, and for Yomismo for that follow. I really, really appreciate you guys. And I think my plan for right now is I'm gonna do the last Xenoblade Chronicles piece that I have, and then I'm gonna take a quick break and come back and finish off tonight with more instrumental video game music. I'm having a lot of fun playing it, so I want to get through a lot more. I've been practicing some of the more difficult ones too. Luann Ribierosi, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Okay. Ooh, that thunder's creeping on in. Do any of you guys get scared during thunderstorms? I feel like I never think I am until you get that one big one that gets close to your house and you're like, oh my gosh. Wait, am I not safe? But I feel like that rarely happens ever. Otherwise, my favorite time to play violin is really when it's raining outside. I feel like that backdrop sound is just so relaxing. Bigger the better. Sounded like they all hit in the backyard. Power went out twice. Oof. Hope you made sure to get all your stuff charged beforehand. I know this isn't smart of me, but thunderstorms make me feel comfortable. No, I mean, I don't think there's a right or wrong way to it necessarily. I have one of those sound apps that have like rain sounds in the background whenever I go to sleep. I feel like it's the easiest way for me to just like relax a bit before I end up going to sleep. So I learned one Xenoblade Chronicles song, and then I heard this one, and it just began a absolute love and a dive into the franchise where I learned a bunch of it. But this one really touched my heart, so I'm excited to play it. I hope I can express with my playing how it made me feel. Thank you so much for the raid. Please let me know if I could play you guys something. Welcome. This one's almost over. This is my favorite part. Welcome to my thunderstorm in Nashville here, guys. A couple streams. Thank you guys so much for the raid. I've been a long time lurker, but I feel like you know how it is. I feel like I sometimes feel shy saying hello in big chats, but I think you guys are so talented and such a peaceful, relaxing, multifaceted stream. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Please let me know if I could play something for you guys. For everyone who's new, hi, my name's Joe. I play video game music like the one I just did. I listen to the music and then I write it all out by ear. And I got a lot of stuff. But I also make loops and I sing on top of them using banjo and piano and guitar and lots of different stuff. So if I could show you a loop, I feel like that might be a good way for me to introduce myself. And thank you guys so much for all these follows. I usually thank everybody individually, but there's been a lot of them. I will say I do see Mr. Oak. It's so nice to see you again. I haven't seen you for a bit. I don't know if you're behind this, but thank you for the resub for 7 months in a row now. I really appreciate you. But yeah, why don't I show you guys a loop of mine? Mr. Okram, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. I really, really appreciate you. I'm gonna do a loop that's pretty quick to build. Let's do St. James Infirmary. I like doing this one, yes, I play a lot of my instruments on it. I'm gonna start with guitar and build it from there. It's a pretty quick loop. Let's do it. Turn this guy up, this down. Let's do it. 2.
as usual, and the usual crowd was there. On my left stood Big Joe Kennedy. His eyes were bloodshot red, and he turned his face to the people, and these were the very words he said. I went down to St. James Infirmary. I saw my baby there. She was laid down on a cold white table, so sweet, so young, so fair. You'll never find no one like me. Let it go, let it go, wherever she may be. So she's so wonderful, but you'll never find no one like me.
Ooh, I was feeling some dirty fiddle solos on that one tonight. Maybe it's because I just finally started playing shows again here in Nashville because of that naughty C word that we don't need to talk about, but we're all aware about. I haven't been able to do much shows. I work in Nashville as a freelance violinist, and I've been playing and gigging here for like 9-10 years, and I love it. But I always had this passion of making these kind of quirky arrangements and the video game music that I do. So I decided to try a Twitch account one day. And I had no idea that I was about to be getting into one of the best things ever. I love Twitch so much. I love you guys and my fellow streamers. Thank you again, a couple streams. And Pianist Miri, hello. Did I see something that like you raided and also came over with the raid? I might have just read that wrong, but if that's the case, I wanted to give you a proper thank you as well, if that's what happened. But again, thank you guys. With streaming, I bought a looper because of you guys, and I learned how to loop. And I bought a bass, and I learned how to do that, kind of. I'm not great at it. And I bought the accordion and a washboard and all this fun stuff. But I got a bunch of different loops for anyone who wants to get cozy. You came with a couple streams, gotcha. I didn't know if, sometimes like you'll raid someone right when they stop and then you get carried over. I just didn't know if one of those happened. So let's do some more loops. I kind of want to jump into one of my more ambitious ones because we got a great crowd here. It takes me a second to build, but it's one of my absolute favorites. I would like to do Paranoid Android for you guys if you're interested. I wanted to see if I could take a Radiohead song and turn it into a loop. And it seemed like it would be too difficult, but I'm a very stubborn lady, and I really, really wanted it to work. So I pushed myself and I kept going for it, and I ended up making something that I'm actually quite proud of. So I'd love to again show it for you guys. Hoagie Man, I saw that you also asked for New Friend. I will happily do that one for you after this one, if that's okay. All right. So for some of my loops, I do have some tracks pre-recorded, just because I know it's not everyone's favorite thing to watch a loop being built from scratch. So to save some time on, a good half of mine, I'll pre-record the guitar, maybe some backup vocals. For this one, I only have guitar, and I'm gonna layer some string layers and then sing on top of it. I hope you enjoy it, and again, I just really appreciate everybody. Thank you, DJ. This one's one of my favorites. It makes me feel awfully feminine, but in a very structured way, if that makes sense. Brody, thank you for gifting. I think you've gifted 3 months. Was I right in seeing that? Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Radiohead. And this needs to be up to just about over halfway. Here we go.
makes you look pretty ugly. Kicking, squealing, Gucci little piggy. Remember my name. I put this head man off with this head man. Why don't you remember my name? I guess he died.
That's the part where I check my phone to see if my neighbors have messaged me concerned. It's not very uncommon in Nashville, but you typically tend to live around a bunch of musicians. And I got really lucky because all around me, they're all musicians. So every once in a while, I'll hear like a drum set over there or a bass amp over there. And it means that I know that I can... It's Lewin! Thank you so much for subbing for 6 months in advance. Oh my god, thank you so much. That gives you a priority request. And for anyone who wants to know how those work, thank you, it's Lewin, thank you. To get a priority request, I'm not picky. If you just do any of the things that streamers like, donate bits, subscribe, or gift a sub, any of those, I'll play you anything from my list right away as a thank you. So please let me know if there's something that I can play for you. Speaking of priority requests, we have one, not only a priority request, but one for one of our VIPs. Baloo is here as well. Baloo's my cat. He looks happy, so I don't want to pick him up. I'm just shocked he's hanging out when I do one of my loudest songs. That's amazing. Usually he'll like run away when it's really loud. Nothing like that ear blood emote. It's probably my best emote that I have. Maverick, thank you for the bit. And for all these follows, you guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Um, I every single week have new songs. I'm always listening to new soundtracks and trying to fill the gaps for what I don't have. So if I don't have enough jazz, I'll listen to jazz artists until I find one I like. If I don't have enough fiddle music, then I'll listen to Celtic music and find something. I'm working really hard to make sure that I push myself as a musician to do as many things as possible. And especially as you guys have given me the opportunity and the gift to do that. While I load this next song, I'll do my like really sappy spiel. But when you guys have given me the gift of making this my full-time focus, and with that, the real way I can sum it up is you've given me the gift of choosing how to spend my time. And that means I can now sit down and make new arrangements and put together new loops and try and learn the bass and the piano. And I don't take the opportunity for granted. I promise you guys that basically every day I'm trying my best to add something new. These are all songs that I wrote down that I'm going to learn for stream, and I've just been checking them off. What's wrong, JFTP? Was it not the number you were shooting for? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. 50504 12626. I think it's still beautiful. It's beautiful. Thank you. It's Lewin. I saw that you asked for the Chocobo theme. I'm more than happy to play that for you. Eliza Carthy. I'm not familiar, but I'm always looking for more, especially fiddle players, because the traditional way of learning fiddle is by ear. So there's not sheet music typically written out for it. And when it is, it's kind of like, you know, tisk tisk, like if you want to learn fiddle, you should learn by ear, which is why it's been taking me a little bit longer. My job used to be transcription up in Boston. Transcription's when you listen to something and you write out sheet music. And I got really good at it and I love doing it, but I've grown very attached to like writing out my sheet music. But then when I was learning Celtic fiddle, they were like, no, you can't do that. None of that. Put away your pen and pencil. I'm like, no, but I want to. I want to make sure I can remember it forever. Transcription can be taught. Like, you can teach yourself to do it. I've given some people some tips on how to get a handle on it. But for me, I really believe that I learned how to play violin through transcription. I played violin when I was little and I quit. For years and years and years, I had a really discouraging teacher. Don't worry, I'm getting set up here. And I picked up violin again at the age of 18 while I was attending Berkeley as a vocal major. Because I didn't have the confidence to stick through the program as a vocalist. And I watched the violin majors at school and I was like in love with them. I was just like, I want to play the violin. I want to play the violin more than anything. So I took a train home and I got my mom's old violin and I brought it back to school and I started practicing every single day. And it was really hard, but I eventually got to a point where I could re-audition and I got in, but barely. So I switched to be a violin major. And I really think most of that was because I first got a job at school in the American Roots department transcribing music. So by writing out the fiddle songs that I wanted to learn, it helped me play the violin. So kind of a random tangent. Hope I didn't bore you guys to tears. This next one, I play a little bit of piano. I would never call myself a pianist by any means, but Again, I'm always trying to push myself. So, been trying to learn more piano for you guys. It's nothing too fancy. Don't get too excited, but here we go. Okay, here we go. Okay.
I got a new friend, he's waving hello. See, he comes like a snail, like a comet tail, then he goes. Say hello to my new friend, from my head to my toes. Oh my, he's shaking me up with all these things he knows. Can you hear him singing along? Can you hear him singing along? Can you hear what he's saying? Doom, 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 doom. Look to my new friend, oh, he's good to the eye. So fine, just a little glint and you will be blind. Say goodbye to your old friends, they're just a week or so old. They wave the most wonderful stories that have ever been told. Can you hear him singing along? Can you hear him singing along? Can you hear what he's saying? Can you hear him singing along? Are you picking up the words of song? Can you hear what he's saying? Don't. He was singing and singing and singing again. He was singing and singing and singing again. He was singing and singing and singing forevermore. He was singing and singing and singing again. He was singing and singing and singing again. He was singing and singing and singing forevermore. Can you hear him singing along? Can you hear him singing along? Can you hear what he's saying? Can you hear him singing along? Are you picking up the words of the song? Can you hear what he's saying? Can you hear what he's saying?
Oh man, it's so satisfying to end on a ding. Nothing like that little dangaroo. Believe it or not, you guys, the very first donation goal I ever had was to buy this washboard. And I love this washboard so much. I feel like when I told people I was going to get it, people were like laughing at me. They were like, there's no way. That's so dumb. Why would you do that? But I really wanted it. I just thought it was cute and also like kind of like my personality. It's a little silly, a little off, but you can do some cool music stuff with it. I like it. Joe, thank you so much for 100 bits. Thank you. But it was the very first donation goal I ever had, and we ended up, paying it off the first day. I ordered it on stream. I was so excited. And we got another raid. Thank you so much for Alan brought us music. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? And please let me know if oh, there's my lovely butt raid alert. Very classy. Making my mom proud on the internet. Let me know if I could play something for you, especially Alan brought us music to thank you for the raid. And I do have one for, it's Lewin? Lewin? I want to try and say your name right. Lewin? I know that you asked for the Chocobo theme, so I want to make sure I play that for you. It's a priority. But if there's something I could play especially for you for Alan brought us music, please let me know. I haven't done the Chocobo theme for a little bit. Lee Wen. Okay. I'm going to do my best to remember. I'm sorry that sometimes I'm not great with that. It's Lee Wen. Lee Wen. Oh, Blue's stretching. He might want to say hello. You want to say hi? Yeah. Oh, here's the big boy. This is Baloo. He looks mad all the time, but I promise he's not mad. He just has resting angry face. He's an angry old man. But see, he's happy boy. Good boy. Do you like the songs? Are you serenaded, my friend? Can I have one? Thank you. I know you like the microphone more than me, though. Love this cat. He's getting so much more affectionate with old age, and he was already affectionate. So admittedly, it's almost too much lately. Kind of like, Blue, I need my space. Please. Chocobo theme. There's so many varieties of this one. I decided to play along with recently the one from Final Fantasy 15. I know that's not necessarily like a favorite in the franchise. No shade on it either way, but I found that for violin and improv, it's very fun for me to play over. So I hope you don't mind like which one that I picked. Let's do it. Turn this guy up and that guy up. But like, can you see why I picked this one to play? It's so fun. It like embraces the fiddle aspect of it, but modernizes it in a way that I just think is so funky and cool. So that's all the priority requests I have, but this one is definitely more of like a party game vibe. And I got some really chill, cool, like jazzy game music I'd like to show you guys. I have one that's brand new that I haven't played yet. It's not from as known of a game, so I feel like it might not be as much of like a hype moment, but it's really, really fun. It kind of makes me think of like the Persona 5 soundtrack. It's super groovy. Mods, how are you doing, by the way? I know I've been going for a while. I'm fine for what it's worth, and I want to keep going. I just feel bad keeping you on for too long. Thank you for all these follows, by the way, you guys. I bring new stuff every single week, so even if I'm not playing something you want now, I might next week. What's my band called again? I'm a part of a few bands, but my main group is called Fable Cry, and they're my best friends in the world. They're a bunch of wacky folks. I'm actually going to play one of our music videos when I take a quick break. I do need to use the restroom after like maybe 1 or 2 more songs, and then we'll just do our last big stretch of the stream here. But I'm also in a band called Tales that just released a full-length album that I'm really, really proud of, and a folk rock band called Creature Comfort that's amazing, and a live DJ artist. All of them are there in the chat if you want to check out any of them. Everybody's on Spotify. Everybody has music videos. And I'm really lucky and proud to be a part of these projects. Since that one was such a party vibe, I would like to keep the energy up first by doing, again, like more of the jazzier game pieces I have. So my plan, I'm going to start from a game called Gravity Rush first, which has like a New Orleans jazz party vibe to it. And then I'm going to do Persona 5, and then my new piece from the game Catherine. Oh, I want to call it Caroline so bad. But before my break here, I'm going to do my pieces from Gravity Rush, 2 more. The first one is called, I don't know how to say it, Dos Shinun Dakara. It's hard not to love this one, though. It's super fun. I need one without vocals. Come on now. Who had their bum shaking a little bit? Or their toes? Hopefully both. It's moments like that I wish I could just do the full-on Lindsey Sterling moment. I know that people ask me usually as a joke, where they're just like, can you dance like Lindsey does when she plays? And it hurts every time I say no. I'm like, no, I can't. I can't. I'm going to space out the second piece and do a Persona 5 song first. Then I'm going to take a quick break and pop on a music video from my band Fable Cry. And then we're going to keep playing some more music because I am like super stoked right now. I can't say enough if they're still here just for a couple streams. Like, thank you so much. It means so much to me. I had a bit of a rough stream at the beginning just with like internet and things like that and thunderstorms and blah, blah, blah. But I started just contagiously getting in a good mood as a chat. And then you guys came and thank you. I really appreciate you guys. And if any of you guys do not follow them, fix it. Fix it now. Please. This one's called Last Surprise.
Don't you know what just happened? But you sure we got the clue how bad this we go? Don't you know? No more art. And as I look to the horizon, not cloud and stormy, where this go to go? Seems like it crept up out of nowhere. All around you is not what you foretold. You never see it coming. One step and you're dead. Why just to be the second level with blue skies, but now lightning but the less result. It's not an accident that no one hears your cries as your last dream seems to deserve. You never see it coming.
It repeats the chorus a couple times at the end here, so I usually fade out a bit. But you guys, I can't even begin to thank you enough for all these follows. This is so unexpected. Thank you. For anyone who popped in recently, hi, I'm Joe. I do video game music. I write out all my music myself. So there's new music every single week. I added Pokemon, Nier, a bunch of stuff this week. I added Fiona Apple for my singing loops. Oh, I really want to do that one for you. Extraordinary Machine is one of my favorite songs, and I figured out how to loop it, and I'm very excited. For 36, I hope you have the most wonderful night's rest. Thank you for spending some time with me. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But I'm gonna take a very quick breather, just use the restroom real quick, and grab a drink. And then I would love to show you some more of the loops and the pieces I got. I still have my new songs. I did 3 today, but I got 2 new ones still to show you guys. So I'm gonna jet on to the restroom real quick. But while I'm gone, I got a very special video that you guys have been asking me for. This is my band called Fable Cry. This is from our newest release, which is called Fool Me Once. You can find the whole thing on Spotify, YouTube, all the places you'd usually find music, SoundCloud, all of it. So if you like it, I'd love it if you'd check them out. Again, we're called Fable Cry, and this is our song from our live show at Halloween last year, Come Meet the Reapers. It's a little spooky, just a warning if you're easily spooked. Okay, I'll be back at the end of the song.
You must be out of your mind. I may be crazy, but I sure as hell ain't too blind to be aware of what you refuse to see. I do this for me. I was ambitious and bored. I only had too many things that I was good at, for sure. Black money, sex and war. Still I wanted to feed my appetite and then make me feel alright and to give the world a fright and to satisfy my nights, and I'll do whatever it takes to show you all your mistakes. And now I'm raising the stakes and I'll sing. Finders, keepers, come meet the reapers. Thicker than water, welcome to the slaughter. I fight you till my last breath, and then I'll show you that even in death I will persevere. Now hear the words you refuse to hear. You will disappear. I'll do whatever it takes to show you all your mistakes, and now I'm raising the stakes to prove all. Though you were unstoppable, the fact is it was probable that I'd become impossible and you'd become an obstacle, and we'd be unresolvable till one of us was volatile, just enough to see which one would win or die. Finders, keepers, come meet the reapers. Thicker than water, welcome to the slaughter. Finders, keepers, come meet the reapers. Thicker than water, welcome to the slaughter. I want your blood, and I want your cup. I to pour you out, and I to lap you up. I want your life, and I want your death. I want your heart, and I want your breath. which one is best. Take what I want and leave all the rest. I have what I need, but what of the greed? I don't need it, but I want it, so I'll take it. Now I've got it.
Then check this out.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for letting me show you my band. And now we've entered the evening section of stream. Let me set the mood for us. Not the cat cries. Not the cat cries, that's not the mood. Baloo, it's okay. Baloo, it's okay. He cries a lot, but I promise I take good care of him. That was really the only goal that I had with getting on front page, was burping on it. You guys, I'm in the carousel on front page. I did it! That's freaking insane. Thank you everybody for taking part in this, whether it was, you know, just joining just now or people have been around for the long ride. Thank you so much. I love doing this so much more than I could ever really express. And I feel like you've helped me become a better musician in person. I won't get too sappy. I tend to do that. So I'll just get to playing. And I think a good way to get us back into things is I'm going to do another Persona 5 song. This one is called Beneath the Mask. It's probably my favorite, and I think it's most people's favorites. Especially in the game, if it rains, they play this theme, but like a really stripped down version. And oh, it was always my favorite when it would happen. It would make me so cozy, and I would just be so happy. So I hope I can give you some of those happy feels I would feel when I would play this game. Jove, thank you so much for 100 bits, by the way. Thank you. Probably going to play for about another hour, 45. Oh. That's not the beginning. Let me rewind that. Thank you guys so much. Hoagie Man, you gifted 5 subs and you gave bits. Thank you so much. Thank you for Rich for the bits as well, Jove. And Hoagie Man again, pushing us right over to level 2. Thank you so much. And Uno, I think you said that it was your birthday, 31? I just turned 30 this year, so we're not far apart from each other. Oh, no, that's not quite enough yet. I gotta do this right and proper now. Everybody, listen up. It is Uno's birthday, so please put some sort of celebration emote in chat if you have one. Or just your favorite one. I don't necessarily care what it is, as long as we just show some love. Okay, I got it. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Uno Peanut Butter. Not unopened peanut butter like I usually say. Happy birthday to you. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh, there goes. Oh, I was in your 1 ear for a second. Potato Hentai, I just had to congratulate you for that name. My goodness. What a visual. We had the very rare alert go up, but Balloon Joe, for 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, VHG. That was super generous. Please let me know if I could play you something in this last little segment here. And Uno Peanut Butter, thank you for the $5 donation. I really, really appreciate it. I feel like my other new song I was going to show you guys is a pretty good hype one. I still have 2 new songs. I recently got my very first desktop computer. Yay! And I was so excited about it that I ended up immediately hunkering down and getting down to work. So I wrote down a bunch of transcriptions and new songs to play for you guys. One I was so excited to learn, I just hand wrote it. But I think it will be a good vibe. I used to have it on in the background and do improv over it, but there's a really good melody in it, so I wanted to respect the song and learn the melody as well. So I'm gonna play the main line and then kind of like mess on it a bit, but I'm still happy to add this to the list today. We're adding 5 new songs to the list today. Yes. This one is called Lone Star, and it's actually from an app game for your phone. But don't let that throw you off. It's not like Candy Crush or something like that. Not that I'm a Candy Crush hater. But this game is called Sword and Sorcery. And it's so beautiful and interesting. The art style is like gorgeous, the color scheme, and they have an amazing soundtrack, as hopefully you're about to hear and experience. I fell in love with it. I picked 2 songs from that game that I really liked. So, not only do I highly recommend playing it, I think it's just like a couple bucks on the phone. I can't remember. I got it a long time ago. But it's great. Especially now that things are opening up and you're traveling maybe. It would be a good one to play on a plane ride or a bus ride, just saying. So let me try and sell my point by playing you the song I heard from it and liked so much. Super rad. It took me a second to get that melody. Oh, I wrote it wrong. That would do it. But I improvised over that one, and I just felt rude not playing that main melody. It's such a interesting, pretty line. Uno, thank you for being such like a lovely, wonderful presence whenever you're in chat. Even when I say your name incorrect. And thank you guys so much for bumping us up to a level 4 hype train. I'm set at medium difficulty, so that doesn't happen very often. And I am so, so grateful. Thank you for the new follows, everybody. I feel like I might as well do my last brand new song, because I have one left. I have new songs every single week, and some of which I pick from the suggestions in my Discord. To be clear, usually the video game ones. When it comes to songs I sing, I have to admit I'm usually a little bit more picky. Mainly because I want to make sure that I can sing it, honestly. People send me beautiful things, and sometimes I'm like, oh, that's a little too hard for me. But I saw that Maverick, you were familiar with this game. It's not as widely well known as like Zelda or Final Fantasy, but it has an amazing soundtrack, great art, and a very interesting story, multiple endings. It's called Catherine. And the piece I ended up picking is called Good Morning New Day. And I'd like to introduce the soundtrack to you if this is your first time hearing it. It's really cool. For BHD, I told you guys, like, this new desktop computer, right when I set it up, I was like, I'm ready to work. Oh, wait for it. But. Oh, the but's not coming. Oh, yes, you gifted 9 subs. No but for you guys, unfortunately. You guys are amazing. Oh my god. Thank you, Brody, for gifting 9 subs. Dim for 1,045 bits. Hoagie Man for 300 bits. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to give my all the rest of this stream. I'm going to be live again tomorrow at noon for anyone who wants some more music. And in general, if you ever want a song and if you're having a bad day, I can guarantee that if you just come into chat and you're like, Joe, I'm having a bad day, I will absolutely play you something, even if you don't donate or anything. I try my best to play things for people. Because I'm just happy people want to listen to me, if I'm being honest. Anyway, here's the last brand new song. And this one again is called Good Morning, New Day. And it's from the game Catherine. Admittedly, I haven't played this one. I have watched a playthrough though. I play a lot of these games, but I also really like watching games, which is one of the reasons I like Twitch. And I really enjoyed watching this as a story unfold. It's super interesting. LH, I saw that you gifted that sub forward. Thank you for spreading the love. All right, new song. I wasn't ready. It is a bit of a spicy game. It is a little bit of a, let's say a rated R game, maybe. Oh, the flies here. Oh no. Go away. I don't want you here. Okay. It's safe. Okay. Oh, that went way better the second time. That was my first time playing it today. It was so hard, that beginning section with like the little synthy sounds. It took me forever to sit down and get the timing of it. For anybody, sorry, one sec. For anybody who's new, first off, hi, thank you so much for dropping in. For my new music, well, all of my music, I guess, I do it by ear, so I listen to it and then I write it out. And I thought it was so interesting, but it was so hard. And partly through, I was asking myself, like, is this even going to be worth it? I know that not many people know this game. Like, it's not going to be as popular as the Final Fantasy stuff. But I just thought it was so cool that I really wanted to stick through, and I'm so glad I did. It's such a uplifting, nice song. I really like it, and all of the new stuff I've done today, I'm excited to add to the repertoire. And like I said, I got all of these that I'm looking to add to the song list as well. My song list right now is half video game music and half loops that I'll sing and perform on. Oh, look at that goat love. Oh, that's so lovely. Bald-headed goat gifted a sub to stubborn goat. Oh, I just feel like I saw something magic. Some strange magic, dare I say. But that's what I offer here. I try to cover as many genres as I can. So I got Celtic, I got bluegrass, I got jazz, I got, whatever you would categorize Chrono Cross as, and Final Fantasy 5 through 15. So I like to think I have things for everybody. I do Radiohead loops and Ozzy Osbourne and Ella Fitzgerald and everybody. I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people. So I hope you guys stick around with my journey. When I started playing playing on stream rather, I had just played violin. And with your guys' support, I'm now playing guitar and piano and bass and banjo and accordion, and I am just having the time of my life. So thank you, everybody. I'm gonna do some loops now for our last little segment here. I really wanted to show you guys my Fiona Apple loop. Baloo looks so handsome. He's just sitting right next to my guitars, looking like a little angel. So now that you've heard me do some video game material, I would like to show you some of my loops and my singing. One of my favorite artists is Fiona Apple. I adore her. She is one of my biggest inspirations. And I listen to one of her songs quite a bit, Extraordinary Machine. And it's all orchestrated and very theatrical. And from listening to it, I made a 6-part arrangement. It comes together pretty quickly, but I'm gonna record this as a loop and then sing it for you guys. And I hope you like it. Again, there's a lot that I want to play tonight, but I know I should, wrap it up relatively soon. But if you come back, I'd love to play you my Soundgarden quartet, or my, 20s jazz solo, or my Celtic fiddle tunes. I got so much music, and I've learned it with you all, so it makes me that much more passionate about it. Thank you for these new follows. I usually call everybody out and thank you individually. There's been a lot today, which is awesome, and I'm super grateful for. But know in the future, when things are less crazy, I will happily call you out by name and try to learn more about you. And if you come back, I'll still do the same. All right, so we got to get this looper ready to go. If I can have a quick story time, mostly to fill space while I get the settings right on my looper. When I first started Twitch streaming, first I was doing violin practice because I didn't think anyone would watch, and I just really wanted someone to talk to. And then it started growing, and I was like, wait, I didn't plan for this. I don't know what to do, because I was just practicing. And people asked me to do improv over random requests. So they'd send me a YouTube link and I'd play over it. But then came the big ol' dragon known as the DMCA regulations, and I was like, oh no, I can't do this anymore. And I got really scared because by that point I think I had like 400 followers at the time, and I was so in love. I was like, I can't not stream. I love doing this way too much. And I was so upset, and I ended up taking the money that I earned from streaming at that time and I poured it all into buying this looper at my feet. And I was like, well, if I can't play over requests anymore, then I need to make my own music. And I was so scared. I was so scared to learn how to loop. I've always wanted to, but I just never thought I'd be good enough. And I am so, honestly, one of the things I'm most grateful for more than anything with Twitch is you guys encouraged me to try to loop, and two, gave me the funds to buy a looper. And I really feel like it changed everything for me. It's made me such a better musician, and I feel like it's opened up my eyes to a lot more possibilities. So thank you guys so much. But I got the looper set up to what we need, so I won't jaw it anymore. For Stubborn Goat, yeah, exactly. Like, it was one of those things where I hate breaking the rules. I hate it. So when I learned I was breaking the rules, it was not a question of like, well, maybe I can get away with it. I was like, no, I want to play by the rules so I can stay on this website, as I love this website. Don't make me leave. And I've adapted multiple times now to again, just make sure that I'm abiding by what I need to continue doing this, because I just love you guys and I love this, and it's been amazing. I only have fake chicken right now. I do have, I think, one frozen chicken breast, but I've been trying that vegetarian option. It's been pretty good. Okay, so this loop takes me a second to build. This one's a little complicated, but I think I can get it. I've done it a few times live now, so let's go for it, huh? Turn this guy up. Then they haven't been dun 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 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3. I bumped another string. Let's fix it. Did you stream twice today, Daniel? Didn't you rate me earlier? Am I going crazy? Thank you. Please let me know if I can play you something. Oh yeah, I gotta play. CMDR for the bit. Thank you very much. I'm ready to sing for you guys. I hope you like it. I certainly haven't been shopping for any new shoes, and I certainly haven't been spreading myself around. I still only travel by foot, and by foot it's a slow climb. But I'm good at being uncomfortable, so I can't stop changing all of the time. I notice that my opponent is always on the go and won't go slow, so not to focus, and I notice he'll hitch a ride with any guide as long as they go fast from whence he came. But he's no good at being uncomfortable, so he can't stop staying exactly the same. If there was a better way to go and it would find me, I can help the road just rose up behind me. Be kind to me or treat me mean. Oh, I'll make the most of it. I'm an extraordinary machine. I seem to you to seek a new disaster every day. You deem to do to clean review and be at peace at lay. I mean to prove, I mean to move in my own way and say hi. I've been getting along for long before you came into the play. I am the baby of the family. It happened so everybody cares and wears their sheep's clothes while they chaperone. Curious, you looking down your nose at me while you appease. Courteous to try and help, but let me set your mind at ease. If there was a better way to go and it would find me, I can't help the road just rose up behind me. Be kind to me or treat me mean. Oh, I'll make the most of it. I'm an extraordinary machine. If there was a better way to go and it would find me, I can't help the road just rose up behind me. Who'll be kind to me or treat me mean. Oh, I'll make the most of it. I'm an extraordinary machine. That was a kind of aggressive bell ring. I just saw it happening at the end and I wanted to get it and not miss it. I'm sorry. I hope you don't mind. For Daniel, if you come in, like, literally any stream in the future and just go, can I have my song now? I promise you I'll do it. I promise you. But I should start winding us down here. So I am going to bridge us into some of my video game loops. I know it's not the most cohesive song list to do Extraordinary Machine to Dragon Quest, but I'm gonna do it, gosh darned it. Mamzelle, it's so nice to see you, by the way. How are you doing? Me and Wicked Ida were talking about you the other day. She's like, she's just so lovely. I like her so much. I'm like, I know. Because Mamzelle's amazing. Triple raid next time. Okay. So I am going to transfer into my video game loop binder. As you can see, I like making sheet music arrangements, but the video game loop one is the blue one. There are also some movie theme ones I've done and some classical pieces in here. And as Daniel mentioned, I do have a Chrono Cross loop for Guardian Millennial Fair. Oh! Haha, I was supposed to remember to put this back in with the rest. So satisfying when it just works out. Yeah, I'm a Berkeley kid. I love my binders. I'm like obsessed with my Berkeley binders. So whenever they come out with a new one, I need it. But I studied 2 years at Berkeley as a vocalist. I feel like we've talked about this before. I might be wrong, but I feel like maybe we have. I graduated 2000. You can remember this, Joe. Oh my God. 13. That's when I graduated. But I studied 2 years as a vocalist there, and then I studied my last 2 years as a violin major. And it was great. It was admittedly one of the hardest things I've done. It wasn't like a straight up party joyous time for me. It was really hard for me. I was in a practice room the entire time I was there, basically. But I love that school. I really owe it all of my musicianship. They taught me so much. So I'm gonna make my last call on the songs here. We are going to be doing next Fisherman's Horizon from Final Fantasy VIII. Then I'm going to do Skyloft. And the very last song, My Road, My Journey from Dragon Quest. Those are going to be the last 3 songs for the night. Thank you, everybody. I love you. Thank you. I will be live again tomorrow at noon for anyone who wants to hang out. This song, as you've noticed maybe from my alert, is very near and dear to my heart. Final Fantasy IX is probably my favorite, but 8 is a very close second, and particularly because of Rinoa. I love Rinoa. I feel like I pretended I was Rinoa growing up, and she's my favorite. I want to be her. I love her. So I wanted to do my best to try and put my whole heart into my Final Fantasy VIII loops, especially this one. It's my favorite from the Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack. If you want to see my cosplay as Rinoa, BHG just put the link in the chat. I did a cover of Breezy where I played the guitar part. See if I remember it. No. I'm having trouble remembering it. I haven't played it for a while. But there is a nice video of me doing that in my Rinoa cosplay if you want to check it out. Daniel, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate you. Let's do it. absolutely love that song. And I think, you guys, I'm actually going to end with the next song. Trying to do this thing where I'm a little more responsible about not getting too caught up and wanting to go forever. But I have another 200 songs or so I haven't played for you guys, so if you ever want to come back, just ask me for a song and I'd love to play you one. And for the last one tonight, I'm actually going to do... I'm sorry, mods, I'm changing my mind. I hope that's not super annoying. I want to end on Endless World for Dragon Quest II. And then we got to talk about who we want to be rating. Let me see. I love you too. You guys are the best in the entire world. Not even exaggerating. Let me know if you guys have opinions on who you would like to be rating as well. I'm seeing a couple people that would be great options. Morphine Bunny, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Thank you so much. Typically, I would say that is a priority request, well, where I play anything that you want from my list. I can't do it tonight, but if you come by in the future and you're like, I donated, then I'll play you a song next time I'm on, whenever you can drop by. I feel like, Dr. Nice sounds familiar. I feel like yep, I follow him. I've gotten him before. I remember really liking Dr. Nice. Let's see here. Let me clear my looper so we can do our last one. It's one of the rare appearances you see me play piano. I have been pushing myself to play more piano on stream and incorporate it into my loops, so I hope you like it. I think I hear an ambulance somewhere. Here we go. Still not loud enough. Here we go. Excuse me. 3 and... That is probably the cutest song I know. No, I shouldn't say that. There's so many cute ones. There's also heavy ones. And then there's some that are kind of like, eh. Kidding on the last one. Thank you everybody so much. This has been my first time ever being in the front page carousel, and I was just so excited for the opportunity. And if I met any of you through that, thank you for giving me a chance and clicking on my little page here. I stream 4 times a week. I have brand new songs every week, and I would love to show you. There's so many things I didn't even do today that I wish I could keep going, but I should be responsible. But I'd love to show you my Zelda loops, and I'd love to show you my Ozzy Osbourne cover, and I'd love to show you my Ella Fitzgerald singing. Anything. I'll do more songs tomorrow, though. Thank you everyone so much. As for our raid here, I would like to get the lovely Maxa Drums. He is one of like the nicest guys ever, and he's so talented. I haven't gotten him for a while, so I really want to take the opportunity. I will be live again tomorrow, and even if you can't make it tomorrow, I stream 4 days a week, new stuff every time, and I got a bunch of new ideas already for next week, so I'm very, very excited. Oh. There we go. Did I do it correct? It keeps autofilling to... Sorry. There we go. It worked. But, oh, for the future, I think I want to change the raid call for next time. Maybe it's not too late. To only this. Just all of the Joe face. I feel like that would be a pretty sexy raid call. We can keep the other one for today if we want. But can you imagine a chat filled with that? It would be gorgeous. But anyway, I will be live again tomorrow at noon for anyone who wants to hang out. Thank you for all the donations. Hoagie Man, thank you for that last second donation to make a beautiful 55555. Amazing. Thank you so much. Ah, you guys are the best. Okay, before this time's out, I should go. I don't want to, but I have to. I love you. I'll be back tomorrow. Bye. Thank you.